like to call to order the regular meeting of the Frankfort Plant Board on Tuesday, February 20th, 2024 at 5 o'clock in the community room. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Member DeLong?
Hey, he's en route.
Member Dutton Mitchell? Here. Member Mason?
He's en route.
Member Snyder?
Here.
Member Cubine?
Here. We've got a quorum, and for people watching and then for people in the audience, it's going to be just a little different tonight. We're going to have a motion to go into closed session right off. We have a group we need to deal with upstairs. I would think 15, 30 minutes at the tops. And then we'll be back down. Then the remaining items on closed session we'll deal with at the end of the meeting like we traditionally do, and then get on with the rest of the agenda. But at this point, Mr. Snyder, I'll turn to you for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to make a motion for a closed session pursuant to KRS 61-810-1C to discuss proposed litigation regarding a contract matter on behalf of the Frankfort Plant Board.
We have
Second.
a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're going into closed session, and we should be back in a few minutes.
motion to come out of closed session.
Do we have a second? We have a motion second. All those in favor of coming out of closed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're back in open session. Next item is item 1.1.
Just one, just no action.
No,
was taken.
yeah.
No action was taken,
Taken.
yes.
Item 1.1, consider approval of the minutes of the January 16th, 2024 board meeting. Everybody should have those in front of them. Do we have any changes, corrections? If not, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Minutes are adopted. Item 1.2, consider approval of the minutes of the February 7th, 2024 special board meeting. Everybody should have those in front of them. Changes, corrections? If not, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Minutes are adopted. Item 1.3, consider approval of the minutes for the February 12th, 2024 special board meeting. Again, everybody should have them in front. Any changes, corrections? Are these the ones I made? Oh, excellent minutes. Any changes, corrections? If not, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
That's it.
We have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Minutes are adopted. Item number 2.1,
John,
financial.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I want to take a director's liberty, say, is it anything like that? And I talk about a good friend of mine, Representative Hank Hancock died.
Oh, no.
It's in the paper, and
Oh,
I don't. Hank is one of those great leaders in Frankfurt. He's done so much. He was my chairman when I was started LRC. Scared the daylights out of me. But one thing I came to know from that point on, that Hank expected the improbable of you, and he expected it to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times he got those things done, and Frankfurt's a lot better for him.
Yeah.
Would it be appropriate, would you want to make a motion for us to send the family some type of
Yes.
resolution or thanking Hank for his service to the
Yeah.
community?
I definitely make a motion that the Frankfurt Planning Board send some symbol of their condolences to the Hancock family.
Yeah.
I would certainly, as someone also, Steve,
Yes.
who worked for Representative Hancock, who I was, and who still called me
Yeah.
pretty regularly about issues that he had on various parts of the county. I would wholeheartly second that. And thank you for bringing that up, Steve.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was a
absolutely.
good,
And I'd like to add, I mean, I didn't work with him. He was a great family friend, and I had the privilege of hanging out with him a couple hours on the 8th, and he was very concerned
Yeah.
about what we're dealing with here
Yes.
at the plant board, and gave me some advice and insight, and he was, sharp as a tack. I
Yes.
mean, he,
yeah.
it's been a sad loss for our family, because we're such good friends with his family. But I appreciate that,
Yeah.
Steve.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Steve.
Thank you.
Kathy, can you take care of? Yeah, thank you. Thanks for Steve. Katrina?
Ready?
Are you David Denton?
I am tonight.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. David is not here tonight, so I'm just covering the financials. Pretty much the same story as always, which is a good thing when you come to financials. You don't want any surprises. If you look on page 25 of your board package, that's the statement of net position. Total assets on line 65 of $235 million. On line 135, you have total liabilities of $106 million. Line 155 is total net position of 128. If you add the total liabilities and the total net position, that equals line 160 is 235,000 of total liabilities, and that equals your assets. Any questions on the balance sheet or statement of net position?
In terms of how we're tracking on payroll expenses versus budget versus this time of year, how do things look?
Let's get to the income statement.
Okay,
And then we can talk about that. So on the income statement, that is on page 30 of your board package. That's the detailed company-wide income statement. There are all kinds of changes, fluctuations, like between accounts, which is expected, but if you look at overall, Our revenue is, if you compare like the first 6 months or 7 months of this year versus last year, our revenue is only 1% difference. We're like 1% higher this year than we were last year, so not much to talk about really there.
Okay.
If you compare from revenue only this period to last year, did I say that? First one was compared to budget, sorry, compared to budget. If you compare this year to last year, it's only 0.5% different. So revenue, we're pretty much steady. If you look at expenses overall, company-wide, comparing to budget, it's about a 1% difference. I'm sorry, we're down 6% currently. If you look at comparing this year to last year, the change is about $3 million, and that's pretty much wholesale power. So again, some things like different categories change, but if you look at overall, we're maintaining our costs just as we expected for budget, so including payroll.
Are you seeing an overall impact of like inflation, Ned? Is it pretty much just?
No, it's steadier because last year we were looking at big increases, 6% differences and stuff. So this year it's definitely much steadier than it was last year. The rest of, it's just the normal financial statements of the rest of the package. Does anybody have any questions or?
Jason, Catherine, Steve?
All the cash flow statement and the individual income statements as well as the check registers.
Any questions? Okay.
All right.
Do we have a motion to accept the financials?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Financials are adopted.
Just a quick
Tell
little
me-
plug.
Tell David you did a fantastic job.
Just a little plug. I know y'all are aware, but we're knocking on the door to budget, so be thinking about that.
Party. Action item, Home Street project, consider approval. Approving a commitment for water line relocation work for the City of Frankfurt's Home Street revitalization project. Ms. Dutta.
All right, good
How you
evening.
doing?
I'm good. How are you? Good evening.
And who you got with you?
We have some guests tonight. So we know Chuck Knowles and their engineer Chase Wright is here to discuss. This is an item that we've seen a couple times, the Home Street revitalization project. City's about to apply for another grant at the end of this month, and the request for local match, kind of the way it's been structured, has been modified. So I'll turn it over to Chuck and Chase to kind of describe their modified request.
You're actually going to give us money, Chuck? Yeah.
We're not, are we? Thank you all, Mister. Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to be back in front of you to discuss further the planned improvements for the Home Street corridor. We're excited about this opportunity to improve that corridor because it's, I think, long overdue. We applied for a grant back September 28th for a federal grant, and we've got a deadline of next Wednesday for another opportunity. So we're going to file 2 grant applications, hopefully get one. So since I last talked with you, and I felt like I wasn't giving you the information that you really needed. Since that time, Chase Wright with Strand Associates has teamed up with Sharmista and Susan Russell of your all staff to really put some numbers together, and so I'll let Chase kind of go over what they came up with. So
from the project corridor, basically the project corridor is Home Street from Merrow all the way out to Northgate, and most of the corridor you all have actually had some of the corridor you have new infrastructure. So basically from Mayor on, you all have replaced that infrastructure over time. But from Mayor coming back to the Transportation Cabinet building, that is old infrastructure. And that is also the area where the city's already made investments in stormwater and sanitary. So really what we're doing through that segment is replacing the pavement. And so this provides a wonderful opportunity for you all to replace your water main while this work is being done. And so that's considered, from a Transportation Cabinet, be considered betterment. And so, but it does give you a good chance to do that while the project is going on. And the goal for the project is to help spur the corridor to improve the quality of life, but then also hopefully there's some large parcels of land that are underdeveloped, and hopefully it'll be an opportunity maybe for you all to have even more customers for redevelopment. I know with the city's work on the comprehensive plan, they're hoping to get a little bit more densely populated. So hopefully it's a good opportunity to team together, and we had the opportunity of working with your staff on the 2nd Street Tiger project, and you all have done wonderful things working with the city in true partnership, and so we appreciate your consideration.
As I understand it, Charmista or Chuck, as I understand it, the cost, and I guess is that in grant one, whichever grant, that the electric and telecom relocation is covered, right? And so the money we're putting in, those costs are covered for what occurs there, and this, what we're being asked for is to put in 47% on this, which based on how you're budgeted and how you all budget relocation, repair money in that, this would be covered over a 2-year period. So based on what you normally budget for water replacement lines each year, this would be covered in what is your normal appropriation or allocation. Is that correct?
Right. So, as you know, we typically budget $500,000 a year for water line replacement projects. So in this case, if we consider the difference between the part that would be 100% reimbursable would be the 53% covered under the grant, and then the FPB betterment would be basically outside the scope of the project. That would be just for us to replace. So, we talked distribution. I've spoke with Brian about this. As far as they are old lines. They are in need of replacement. So what we would do is basically just split this over 2 years and make it like a separate line item. Mm-hmm. But we wouldn't ask for additional funds. It would just be deducted from that $500,000, and then the remaining would still stay in that water line replacement line item.
Does anybody have it, John?
Yeah, sure, Mr. You say this is broken over 2 fiscal years. Well, if the grant is, I guess the question is, when will we know if we were successful in getting the grant? And if so, will that mean it's going to hit next fiscal year and the year after, or, kind of where are we there, Chuck?
I'm going to ask them a question as well.
Might be a Chuck question.
Yeah, let me follow up on that as well. For the grant that you submitted, application you submitted in September, does this same match apply for both grants? So I'll let you answer.
I would think so. We didn't identify, John, in that September 28th grant application, the involvement of the plant board like we're talking about now, but we would like to include, if y'all decide to go along with this proposal, include that in the grant application we'll submit next Wednesday. Okay. So I think either way, even though the grant in September was submitted, if we get awarded that grant, then we would love to continue the same proposal.
The cabinet's still going to do the same calculations over what's a benefit to us and what's a needed relocation, correct?
Right.
That's not that number's not
not
going
to
change.
No. It's basically what we're going to apply for next Wednesday is basically just a black and white copy of what we submitted in September. Good. Same limits, same amount of ask.
And then the one other question I had was the amount that's going to be our betterment that essentially the amount that's not going to, that we are going to get reimbursed for. Is that a thing like most grants where we're going to put the work in and then we'll get reimbursed? Will that be at the end of the grant, or will there be reimbursement given throughout the grant, or is it payable only on completion?
That's a good question. How would that usually work?
I would think that you would be able to be, as you quarterly, quarterly payments.
Yeah, we could do that. I think on the 2nd Street Tiger project, John, what we did was, in the grant agreement, was $150,000 that the grant was going to pay back the plant board for water work. And I think we basically did all the water work, and then David Billings sent us an amount of expenses. So then that's when we, using that invoice, we reimbursed the plant board.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I figured y'all be good for it. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, and it's I think it worked well that way, but we could look at quarterly reimbursements if y'all would prefer.
With Katrina and everything else, we can internally
we're more fiscal year sensitive in terms of cash flow.
That's what we're more concerned about. I think more than anything else is what fiscal year these things will drop in.
Okay, well, I think it's a good idea. Sharmistov's right. I think that the scope of work and it's going to take at least more than one fiscal year to cover all that.
Okay.
And if we get the grant, Strand's going to have to start with final design to begin with, so that's going to take some time. Then we have to get into buying right away. So actual utility work is probably going to be a couple of years off at a minimum, don't you think?
So you don't. It may very well not hit next fiscal year.
Right.
It may start the 2 years after
Right.
that. Okay.
Right.
And I don't want to pump up Strand, but we've used them before too, and they do good work. They really do.
No, and they're very sensitive. Well,
Yeah.
you know what, if we're awarded one grant or the other, it's gonna have a funding deadline in it, usually at the end of a fiscal year. So, the Second Street Tiger project was a good example. They put a tight timeline on us, and we got the thing built and done
Yeah.
before. So, Strand was very efficient
Yeah.
in what they did. So, yeah.
Does anybody else have any? Gary, did you have anything?
I don't.
Okay.
We're definitely happy to, be partnered together, improve our system, and same time, the community can benefit. And we certainly hope water is a little different like to water, actually telecommunication. They are very sensitive to the expense,
Yeah.
because currently the water overall, there's no margin profit. So when you have large project come in, our concern is the impact long-term rate. So the more grant money we can come in, we will truly appreciate that because those directly link to the rate directly.
Right.
Catherine?
So, Mr. A few questions. So, it sounds like we would have to at some point replace these lines anyway, right? And how close in the future were we looking at that?
So I don't want to pull Brian up here if I don't have to, but I know the first section from the transportation cabinet side to about Nicole Place, there have been several breaks, and I think they had considered replacing that in the past, but we knew this project was coming up, so we thought, well, let's just wait. I think there were suggestions to wait and see when they do the work, and we'll just all go in there and do it at the same time. So the second half, closer to, I guess the other side, past mayor, that's I think there's less breaks on that side. So we would start on the side closer to the transportation cabinet in that section. That's definitely needs to be replaced. The other one's not as in bad condition, but due for replacement though.
Right. And then, as far as the budget, does it leave enough in our budget each year to cover other water improvements?
That was my concern. If we have some major breaks one year, that more than normal. But typically they try to plan ahead. They know the big projects are going to come ahead, and a lot of times they'll actually do a separate line item and deduct from that $500,000. So we would just be doing something similar we've done to the past. Yeah, it is almost half the budget. So that could. You don't know. If something major could happen that year, same time we have this budgeted. I guess we would have to look at it, analyze it at that point. But yeah, you're right. You never know in the water lines, old water lines that could break. So.
And we considered this back in November, and this is sounding a lot different to me. Is that correct? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
We have more definitive information now than then. Yeah, we were just dealing with general numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's why I appreciate the work that Chase and your staff has done
Yeah.
to pull all this together.
Thank you.
Jason, do you have anything? Steve? If no other questions, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So all those in favor of giving Chuck $400,000 tonight to take home?
He's got to sign a
You
contract.
guys ought to, oh no, all those in favor of the project as presented, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Project's approved.
All right.
Sir Mista, good work. Chuck, thanks.
No,
buddy.
she's been ahead of this.
Yeah, she's been- Mr. General Manager, you gonna be the master of ceremonies?
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. We got the public comment. Kathy, do we have anybody signed up? And we had 3 web comments, right?
The 3 web comments that I sent forward to you, and I think everybody's followed up with questions.
And all of them have been addressed. So everything everybody submitted, we've gotten back to the customers and resolved everything.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the web?
Well, I just wanted to point out, just for people watching, that the board members do get those comments.
Yes.
And then we see what staff did to address those comments. We have an opportunity to ask questions and all that. So even though we might come in here and not have a big discussion, that staff was working on it, and we were informed, and we had the opportunity individually to direct
Yes.
questions
Yeah.
or actions.
And every comment's followed up on, so. Ms. Lindsay?
Are we ready for department reports?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to be really short. First of all, I just want to say we hosted Together Frankfurt in here again last Thursday night. They're doing their Civics 101 series.
I heard they had another big crowd.
They had a big crowd. Their topic was city manager form of government versus mayor form of government. So they had another big crowd. We'll be hosting that for them here every third Thursday because Cable 10's covering it. I think next month for March 21st, I believe. The topic will be local government, how does it work? And this will include a discussion of boards and commissions. So those start at 7 p.m., usually last till about 8:30. So we're happy to partner with them on that. A couple other things. We have Cable 10's been working. They've been covering basketball, and they finished up the regular season basketball season, and they're going to be starting to cover the district tournament. Is it this weekend? Next week. And for the first time, we're going to be going outside of Franklin County to cover this. They're going to host the district tournament in Scott County at Great Crossings High School. So Cable 10 will be traveling so that we can cover that tournament for all of our folks here in Franklin County. So if you can't make it to Scott County, you can check out the district basketball tournament on Cable 10 or our Facebook and Cable 10 YouTube page channel. That's it.
Any questions for Kathy?
Okay.
Thank you.
Next one is our knowledge report. Darren Rumble.
Good evening. For January, the Network Operations Center took 582 trouble calls. We handled 2,567 phone calls. And it looks like the locators last month did 487 locates, so that's trending up, obviously, as the weather starts to get better and it gets a little busier. And so far this month, we've already done 376 locates, so that averages out to January was about 21 locates a day, and for February, we're averaging about 27 a day. So, again, just, it's weather specific, so it's getting busier. So far, year to date, we've done 4,089 locates, so. That's the knock report.
And I wanted to compliment your staff, Darren. And I know one of the web comments this past month was during the period 1 to 2 when, we're closed for staff to catch up and so forth each day. All of our online stuff's still available, and if people call in, your staff's answering the phone, and
Correct.
They do a good job. They really do.
Thank you.
I mean, they find whoever you need. I mean, so the phones are still answered during that time. So it's not like they just ring. I mean, they switch down to Darren's operation, and the phones are answered, so.
Good, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Next one is the customer service, April presented.
Hello, Ms. Rhodes.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Okay.
You can find our reports on page 89 through 93. Customer service assisted 9,372 customers last month, and our wait times are staying about 1.5 to 2 minutes for the different tiers. Just an update on the kiosk. Last month, I let you all know that we were waiting on some work in the drive-through for the columns for the kiosk. That work was done after the weather warmed up, and so now we're just waiting for them to get here. So we're a few weeks away from delivery, and it's going to be probably sometime in April before we actually are live, because once they get here, we have to do some testing here. But that's the big project that we are excited about and are looking forward to utilizing those kiosks, especially during that 1 to 2 when they, when they want to come in and pay, they'll have the capability to do that with the kiosks. So that's another benefit to the lunch closure, having access, like you said.
Yeah.
They can get the knock.
Right.
And they can make payments. They can pretty well do anything that they need to. And if there's something that the knock can't assist them with, we do reach out to that customer. They'll send us an email and let us know. So,
What about how we doing on people with the winter weather, and how's that been in terms of, delinquencies and people getting behind? And
we've had a lot of phone calls, people inquiring about, their electric usage is obviously up, because when you go from it being 40 degrees to, we had single-digit temps, I think, that were for 4 or 5 days there in a row. So that people have definitely seen an increase. So we've had a lot of calls. I haven't really looked to see about the payment arrangements. Those really won't because those bills hit on the 11th, and then they'll hit at the end of this month for cycle 2. So some of those customers haven't gotten that complete bill based on how their cycle is for their meter reading. So, but yeah, we're working with customers just as we always do every month.
Any questions for April? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Next is our telecommunications superintendent, Adam. He can present it.
Good afternoon. The report starts on page 95 with the customer penetration numbers. Everything looks fine there. Pages 96 and 97 are the outages. We had 3 outages for the month. Had a blown fuse on Old Glens Creek Road. We had some broken cable, the Brent Lawn area out towards Evergreen. And we had noise causing a problem on Duncan Road, which all those were resolved. The trouble call is about on average what it was last year, so everything's looking pretty good. It's a little bit lower, but kind of on average. Construction crews for next span. We turned on 4 more areas this past week. Started a call campaign to get those customers moving over. Construction's going well, and that's about all I have unless there's questions.
And the state award us the 880.
Yes, we finally got the final agreements for the 884 for the state grants, yes.
And we've still not gotten notice in terms of when the application period is going to be open for the next round. Is that correct?
No, we the last we heard, they sent that volume 2 draft out, and we're just kind of waiting. And we still have the same requirements that when that does come out, we have basically 30 days to opt in, or to let them know that we're going to possibly file for some of those other grants.
And the first step in that, I guess, will be to contact the county and see
if they're interested.
If they're interested, yeah.
And I believe a letter's been sent to the
Yes.
county to see, where they stand, if they want to partner up and look at these last 1,000 homes. So it's kind of in the works.
Any questions for Adam? John?
And Adam, this may be a Harvey question. I don't even know if Harvey's here tonight, but do we need to have? Well, they bring him on out there. Hey, Harvey.
How many people were in there?
You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Is there an open bar in there? That's what I want to know.
Maybe later.
No. I guess do we still have one Lexington station, our Louisville station, that's still out?
The last agreement outstanding was Gray Television.
Okay.
That's WKYT in Lexington and Wave in Louisville. The NCTs that got that deal done Friday.
Okay.
So I'll bring that to you guys next month.
Okay. And do we need to go ahead and schedule a public hearing for next month for the?
My plan was to bring that agreement and ask you guys to set a public hearing at the meeting next month.
Okay.
So in March, we'll be establishing a date for a meeting, hearing after.
Right, after approval of the agreements.
Okay. All right. Do we? And I guess the question is, do we not want to get ahead? Do we want to get ahead of that or not? Or does it not work the right?
I would feel better knowing where we were with all the agreements being
that's fine.
executed
That's
or
fine.
not.
I will
and then
accede to your
have the number.
judgment.
But
That's fine.
I appreciate that.
Okay. No problem.
And he was just bragging. He had the night off.
That's why I'm here.
He doesn't get paid extra for speaking to the mic, though. So there you go. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Next is our electrical superintendent Scott Hudson going to report, and also Travis.
Good evening. As you turn to page 99 in your board book, you'll see that our SAIDI numbers for the month of January was 44.23. Of course, on page 100 is our pie chart. It shows the percentages of each type of electric outage that we had for the month of January. Page 101 breaks those percentages down to actual counts numbers. You can see we had a total of 27 outages for the month of January. And then page 102 shows the top 10 outages for the month of January. We had a total of 66 customers affected for the month of January. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Scott?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. SEPA?
SEPA, Travis.
Good evening, everyone. The SEPA report begins on page 103 of the board package. For December of 2023, our total SEPA bill was $81,687. Our net payment from SEPA was $163,753 for a profit for the month of December of $82,066. And that brings our 2023 total through December net benefit of $1,098,686. So not quite as good as last year, but another pretty good SEPA year. Any questions on that? Oh, I usually do AMI update as well.
Yeah.
I forgot to pull the AMI numbers. I can get that to you if anybody likes to track them, so apologize for that. I will tell you though, water installs have picked up with the weather getting a little better. Electric will pick up here soon. Our electric meter crews are one and the same with the substation crews, so they're wrapping up that Capitol Plaza job, and they're going to start on installs and start getting caught up.
I'll say this, I think I sent the board a note about it. The AMI people, the water were on my street.
Oh,
3
okay.
crews.
Yeah.
In about an hour and a half, they knocked out the whole street. And I went over, and of course, I know it was helpful to them to actually look in and see it's amazing what they do and how fast they do, and to see those units and see them hook it up.
Yeah, they got it down. Yep.
Oh, it's...
And they got it done that quickly with you bothering?
With me bothering. But I knew they needed my help. But they really did. It's watching the units and watching them hook it up. They're just...
Yeah, they got it down.
Yeah.
For sure. Yep.
Quick question. I know we've had spurts of meters coming in during the, but if things started leveling out, speeding up?
Deliveries have been good. Electric is sitting on a pretty good stockpile. Like I said, we've kind of ramped down with the substation job. So we've got a pretty long runway, several months, and I think we'll be getting deliveries in between. They've been pretty steady. Every one shipment every quarter, so it's done pretty well. Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for the QIMEA, I really don't have much newer information. I think QIMEA continue looking for finalize their new construction power plant project.
And we'll be talking about Ashwood later in the agenda.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Next things is also safety. Taylor.
This is your first time, isn't it?
It is,
yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Safety report starts on page 107 and 108. Each department had 1 OSHA recordable for the month of January, which is very unfortunate. But fortunately, we had no vehicle accidents for the month of January. And also, we have our CPR training coming up, in case any of you are interested in coming.
We always go, buddy.
Yeah, March 20th. Yeah, it's March 20th, 22nd, 25th, 26th, and 27th. So, and they'll start at 7:30. Go to
Steve
lunch.
and I don't do the 7:30. No.
And then the second class for the day starts at 12.
Okay.
Yeah. Any questions?
I mean, it's for the other board. Seriously, if your schedule permits it, it's well worth. I mean, it's interesting and you learn a lot, and it's worth the time. It really is.
Kimi does a real good job putting it on. So.
Yeah.
Next is our water distribution. Superintendent Brian, he's going to do the presentation.
Good afternoon. How are y'all this evening? The water distribution's monthly report is on pages 109 through 111. We had 2 new installs for the month. We had 5 main breaks, and we had 2 outages. The cold weather didn't bother us too much, so we're fortunate there. Besides the normal bore report, we've started a line replacement project on Rosewood down off Leestown Lane, and we were talking about the AMI deployments. Like Indian Hills, we come in there in about a week and got every meter in the whole neighborhood done. But we have to move some of our resources around to get it done. But we do have a lot of the materials in, so we're going to keep hitting the change out really hard on the AMI deployment. And we're starting to see some of the benefits from the bells and whistles, and we're looking at some of our major users and high usages and stuff to help customers with leaks and that kind of stuff. So it's going pretty well. So I'll be excited to get it all deployed. So
you guys, I mean, it was impressive. It really was.
Well, I appreciate
they
your
did a great job.
Yeah, they've been working really well together, and they've been busy. So we still got a ways to go, but we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, definitely.
Questions?
Any questions? All right. Thank you,
Thank you,
all.
sir.
Thank you.
Brandon's at a conference tonight, so I'll do the water treatment plant report. For the month of January, the water treatment plant treated 245,652,000 gallons of water for an average daily production of 7.92 million gallons per day. Block number 4 averaged 7,559 cubic feet per second for an average of 4.9 billion gallons per day. There was 6.1 inches of rainfall recorded in the watershed for the month of January. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Question for Sherman?
Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. General Manager? Okay. Item 6.1, consider award of bid invitation number 1798 for one power transformer to Virginia Transformer Corporation in the amount of $1,502,399. Travis?
Yes, sir. Good evening again. As Mr. Cubon said, staff prepared an invitation for one substation transformer, publicly advertised it, and issued it to potential vendors. Large power transformers are evaluated on a total cost of ownership formula. So the lowest evaluated bid price was for Virginia Transformer, excuse me, with a delivery of 55 to 60 weeks. One item to point out, you'll notice at the bottom of the agenda item, we are going to be over budget if you look at it for this current fiscal year, but we'll be well into next fiscal year, of course, when we actually receive it. So we'll make that budget adjustment then. We have purchased from Virginia Transformer in the past. We've had good experience with them, so happy to answer any questions.
And this is how's this price, Travis, compared to what they used to cost? Is it quite a bit more? Or?
This is pretty substantial, yeah. This is a pretty big increase. Our last power transformer was a few years ago when we started the Capital Plaza job. It was less than half this, but most of the other vendors were already in this range. So we just kind of happened to get a good slot last bid. We knew it was coming. These prices have kind of been building and building and building. But yeah, it's the highest I've ever seen. When we did East Main 10-ish years ago, this was 400,000, 500,000, that neighborhood. That happens with transformers, not only inflation, but they're heavily dependent on commodities, a lot of steel, a lot of copper, a lot of iron. So the commodity markets plus inflation, again, not really a surprise, unfortunate, but you know, it's a 50-ish year old substation transformer we're looking to replace, so yeah.
Is that about the life cycle? What's the life cycle on it?
50 is good. Some people, for accounting practices, will say, you know, 35 years, but operationally 50, you start to feel pretty good about it, yeah.
Any questions, John?
Travis, I noticed on the bid sheet that it says the bid validity for this particular, for the Virginia is 127. We're still gonna be able to get that price?
Yes, we should be fine on that.
Okay.
I can, if you want, I can confirm and make sure there's no issue before we issue any.
I'm fine going ahead and approving it. I just want to make sure we can still get that price. So,
Okay,
you know.
yeah, we'll confirm. Like I said, we've worked with them quite a bit. I've never had any issue in that regard with price validity or anything, so. Okay.
Any other questions for Travis? If not, do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Travis, go buy you a transformer.
Okay, will do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 6.2, consider award RFP 2024-1, community solar expansion. This was the project that we considered at the last board meeting that we needed to get this price for that grant process in terms of what it would cost to complete the phases 2, 3, and 4. Travis?
That's correct. So this RFP was issued to potential bidders and publicly advertised. We received one response. Within that one response, we had two options. So maybe there'll be needs to be some discussion on what the appropriate course is there. But the response we received was from Solar Energy Solutions, who did phase 1 of our community solar project. I've got nothing good things to say about them. They did a really good job. You know, we were on budget.
On time?
On time, yeah, they really did a good job. Got a, really good reputation in the industry. So happy with the one response we did receive. Obviously more is better, but we were on a, really aggressive timeline, trying to get everything lined up for the grant process. So that probably lends to the low number of responses. Also considering, they've kind of been here, they've got experience with us, that may also kind of lend to the, them having more interest in pursuing the project. So again, as I mentioned earlier, we've got, it's one vendor, one proposal, but they've given us a couple different options as far as the construction of the facility. The RFP specified that the board's budget was $2 million for this project, which aligns with the REAP grant amount we're going to be pursuing. And the vendors were instructed to give us the best bang for the buck for that $2 million. That was essentially how the RFP was structured. So they've given us two options. Option one, they're going to finish this array that we've started and build another smaller array. So this admin building property kind of makes an L shape. So if you go kind of on down past this admin building, our property runs parallel to the big transmission line. So there would be a second array just on the other side of that transmission line. Option two is essentially very close to the same capacity, but it would be one larger array, and it would all exist on that piece of the property. Again, very close in price per watt. Again, they're both $2 million projects because that was the budget. Option two came out to be $1.71 a watt. Option one, $1.73 a watt. So, again, they came in just under the wire. I don't know how much time the board has had to review the proposals, but, I don't know that I have a really strong opinion either way. Electrically speaking, the electrons will go into the grid, and they're similar sized projects. So,
Jason?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just reading it really quickly on the phone, because you said it came in before the meeting.
Right.
I might be mistaken, but it seemed like one was fixed tilt and the other one was a single axis tilt. Option two being the single axis tilt.
That's the way I understand it, yes.
That's cool. It actually, funny enough, I've never really, most systems I'm used to are fixed tilt, so to actually see the pricing on single axis tilts is interesting, just so you guys know. So you have three different options. One is a fixed tilt that just sits there and the sun does what it does. A single axis tilt will follow the sun in one direction, so throughout the day it'll slowly rotate. And
so it's motorized?
It's motorized. And so it will follow it from basically throughout the day, and then multi-axis will follow it in the winter and the summer. So it'll actually change with the azimuth of the sun. So, in higher priced markets where you want every drop you can get, it's actually more affordable to go to the tilting ones. In Kentucky, usually the fixed tilt because our price range isn't like California. But I was actually surprised that in my mind, as soon as you start getting the motorized, it seems like the price has to jump. But if I'm reading this right, they're suggesting if they build a full array by itself with that extra tilt, it will actually be cheaper than if they try to expand and then do a second smaller array. What I got thrown off, and once again I was just reading and doing the math real quick, which is always dangerous in my head, is it seemed like the kilowatt hour production was equivalent between the two systems. So the single tilt's not going to get us that much more power than the fixed tilt. Is that what you're saying?
Very close, yeah. I think the tracking system was maybe a little bit higher, but it's within a small percentage.
Now they might be being kind of conservative with the idea that they can't really. So it may behoove us. Now my only concern about the motorized versus the non-motorized is the non-motorized. Travis just goes out with Windex every so often and squeegees. And the motorized, we could have breakage, and it is daily moving back and forth. And in my mind, as soon as you start motorizing any outdoor thing, you can start to have issues with rust. You can start to have issues.
The motor burns out.
Yeah, and typically what it is the panels will last 30 to 50 years. The inverters will last 20 to 30 years, but I'm not sure the warranties and how well the motorized components operate. I would hate for us to get down the path of a motorized piece and then suddenly find in 10 years we have a lot of upgrades. So that's my only concern. Once again, I just have not been exposed to that technology.
John, did you have?
Well, based on what Jason just said, based on what Jason said and responding to what he's saying, if that's the case, I think it's probably, since it's so close everywhere else, it's probably better to go with fixed, wouldn't you think?
Well, here's my curiosity. If we're getting such a price bump on a more advanced equipment by clustering in the new field, I wonder if, I want to go ahead and vote and decide so we can move things forward, but I wonder if they could give us a third quote on if they did a fixed panel as its own cluster, if we would actually see a bit of a price drop total. I don't know, but I'd be curious.
Yeah. So my thoughts were kind of, we're not going to give notice to proceed. We're not going to have a final contract in place. Everything's kind of contingent upon that grant award, which was clear in the RFP. I think the vendor understands that.
Does they have to freeze that price then? Do we know if we get the USDA grant right?
Right. The award this evening doesn't mean go order panels. They're well aware of that. I actually talked to them in person as well and made it clear this is contingent upon the grant. So I guess it's maybe the board's comfort level with the timing of the grant, making vendor selection, and do we want to go back to the vendor and say, what are our other design options? I welcome the board's direction on that. I mean, I'm happy to take upon that and meet with them and see if there's other options the board wants to consider. I think it's all kind of how the grant timing will work out. How final does that project need to be? Jason would know, obviously.
And Gary, you dabble in electricity a little.
Thank you. I'm glad Jason pointed out a potentially long-term operation liability issue. I mean, I'm glad to say that. But one thing I do want to maybe, hopefully, if we have time, we can review certain benefit for the single access compared fixed. The difference, what I heard before, is in the early morning or close to the evening, single access provide more capacity than the fixed access. Is that right?
It's
so I don't know the
use.
value.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's actually a really good point. Is if we go with the fixed, we're going to have like 1 to 5 o'clock is our peak.
Mm-hmm.
But if we do this, you're right. We could start to have a longer tail, which could work out for us. Once again, such a small system. But we could maybe be picking up more power at 10 a.m. or 9 a.m., which might help us with peaks. Or
so do we have to make a decision tonight? I mean, because it sounds like you got some options that.
I think if we could somehow vote to just go ahead and go with this vendor, if that's the one we like, and if we could empower Travis to go back and just try to negotiate the final proposal. Once again, this is just for the grant.
I mean, we've got a vendor and a price.
Yep.
So basically, whichever option we pick, we pretty much got a firm price.
Yeah.
And a vendor to go with it, if that's good enough for the grant application.
The big thing is we can get a refined proposal, and at the end of the day, we can still choose how we want it designed on the back end. And as long as it doesn't deviate too far from what we said in the grant, the USDA will be fine with it.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of flexibility on the back end to design it a little bit.
So option 2 would not complete out our current.
Well, so that's what I was thinking too. Thanks for bringing that up. Is, in my mind, this was going to take phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and then a phase 5. But if we built option 2 fully, we would still always have the option to infill phase 2, 3, and 4 if we wanted even more capacity later. We wouldn't get the grant benefit, but well, in theory, we could apply for the grant a second time if we want to in the new
Or
fiscal
another
year.
grant.
Well, in the
If something comes
USDA,
along.
every fiscal year you can apply again. So we'd have this fiscal federal year, and we could apply again in the fall if we really wanted to double dip.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to build more than 50% of the system or spend 50% of the cash to reapply. So that's a good point. If we took the field and did that, we would leave ourselves open to continue to kind of develop out the community. I guess what I would hate to see is that never get fully developed. It would just look like an empty tooth, you know.
Right,
But,
right.
yeah, thanks for bringing it up, Catherine.
I mean, if we're able to go ahead and just approve this vendor, just generally, and not really nail down the option yet. So the single access, but I thought they said the amount of generation was going to be the same. But you're just saying that there would still be a benefit to I don't understand how
Yeah,
we're gonna
it-
come out not the same.
Yeah, it will generate the same amount of energy, but it will generate at different times of the day. So the tracking system will generate less, but for longer. Is that a fair synopsis?
Well, I just kind of wonder, some of the software isn't the most sophisticated that solar vendors use. And Solar Energy Solutions tends to be fairly conservative with what they do. So their software may not be able to fully articulate the benefits of the tilt. So that it may just be sort of coming up with the same number or equivalent. So we could actually put in a tilt and see 10 or 20% more power.
And so the question is potentially more power for the same cost, but the trade-off would be potentially down the road more operational cost if some of that mechanical, the motors and some of that starts.
I guess once again, since these technologies aren't used in Kentucky very often because the price point's usually not there, and once again, I'm just shocked that they can sort of do apples to apples this closely. I just want to understand the actual technology. Is it like one rod that goes through the panels, that one motor turns like 30 panels, or is it each panel? Yeah. And if it was moved in mass with a few motors, I'd feel a lot more comfortable than it was 100 motors in any one which could go wrong,
We definitely can check that.
Yeah.
I mean, typically when the KBMA or other project is a much more panel for
Ashwood is fixed, right?
It end up it's a fix, but there is in the beginning design, there are a lot of discussion for single access. So I'm not sure exactly what it is. Could be single panel, but I heard a lot of comment is a lot of panel for the one motor.
Yeah,
it's a more common.
Yeah, we can.
But I don't know
clarify,
exactly.
of course. Exactly.
All
how many
I'm
motors.
saying is hopefully we can have a chance to evaluate exactly you said the benefit, cost, potential long-term liability cost, or potential operation cost compared to the benefit. If we run a number, have a chance. We don't have a chance to do that yet. Then we will have.
And the last thing I would say, though, that I am intrigued by is just the educational opportunity to the community. Like, in a way, we're testing some of this for the community as a showpiece for Central Kentucky. Maybe it behooves us from an educational point of view to be able to talk about, hey, here's our fixed array, here's our non-fixed array, and be able to educate people on that. So I think that's a factor too, is what's the benefit to the community and the larger sort of knowledge base.
Currently, if you look at the West and like a California market,
exactly.
You can see a lot of more value for the single access because you tend to, just like you said, 1 to 5, 430, they can drop very quickly, or other single access can be continue produce more compared to fixed. Those are usually typical market can provide more value for you if you are in the market. So we currently not, but down the road, once we start to schedule our own power, there could be a real value to us too. Depends the market price different time.
Well, I think the key is I'd like to set up the vote however John can.
He's on the verge of a
Yeah.
fabulous.
I'm thinking about it right now. So.
I'd just like to set the vote to be able to, since we are under 6-week time crunch, to just approve.
Hans, would you have any objection to me making a motion to award this RFP to Solar Energy Solutions for an amount not to exceed $2 million, with the final option to be determined later by another board vote? That I would make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
And that way, because we'll have to make a final vote anyway when we actually give them the contract if the grant's approved. So,
but not the proposal used in the grant contingent on a board vote.
Right.
Just the final board vote.
Yes, just whatever. Yes,
that works.
All right, I'll second that.
we got a motion second. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Travis got some homework to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna have plenty of things.
You have a lot of free time here anyway.
Yeah.
So, item 6.3, consider approval of electric tariff revisions for multi-lot development refunds. As you all know, this is an issue we've had a public hearing on, and I want to acknowledge that, and we've got a couple of side issues here. First is, the DIG group was very interested in this and had a lot of input. I know the mayor at different points has had some interest in this about spurring development. So I know this, and this has been a process, Travis, that you've done an incredible amount of research and work and, you know, looked at utilities all over the state. And so we've got this in front of us as a result of the hearing, and we do have, if you want to describe it, we had one developer submit a written comment, correct, on the effective date? And then there's a second developer potentially impacted based on how we go about that date. So you want to describe to the board what the impact of those options are?
Sure, yeah. So we had the one request for the board. I think the comment was in favor of adopting the policy. I think that's a fair summary. But the request was also to look back at projects that are either recently completed or currently under construction. So the electric staff went back and we looked at what other potential projects may be impacted if the board were to happen to make that choice. Of course, that's to be determined. Of course, we would need to decide when the effective date would be. My initial thought was release to construction, meaning the developer paid after the start of this fiscal year. That way we're not unpacking previous budgets. I think, just in my opinion, if we're going to put a stop date, if we're looking back, that's a logical one. July 1st, 2023, you had to have been paid and released to construction. Of course, that one's a board decision. If you want us to research others, that's fine. But that being the case, there would be potentially two projects. The one that we had the specific request for was near Governor's Place. The impact there would be, the potential refund amount would be about $29,000.
And that's only if they build it within the time frame of the policy, correct?
That's assuming, correct, within the 5 years that's in the proposed policy.
And the new customers turn on, yeah, we get occupancy.
Right, we get certificate of occupancy and electric service, all lots. So that would be the kind of the cap on the liability would be the $29,000. And then there was another one that's currently under construction. Our electric guys have been out there working on it. Would be about $58,000. And again, same contingency. Have to have a home built electric service certificate of occupancy. So I think there are those two to consider, as well as, obviously the impact moving forward.
So let me make sure I understand. We've got two projects. The combined fiscal impact is 87,000.
87, right.
87,000 that could be payable.
Correct.
Within the next 5 years if they get built and if they meet the occupancy test.
Correct. Yeah. So both of those numbers I quoted, there are not finalized homes there. That's not a guarantee. That's just total liability. Potential. Yes.
But that's if we choose to do
To
sort
back-
of
to
a
backdate it.
retroactive.
Yes.
Backdated to July
Right. Both
1st.
Okay.
both of these developers paid full cost for their electric services.
So we've already got their money.
They've already paid. Yes.
It does kind of bring in, and we deal with all this all the time in the legislature. We don't hardly ever do anything retroactively, but this is a situation where I think in terms of in this situation, my gut feeling is I don't have an issue going back to July 1st. I think it sets a clear date as to when it was. And honestly, we've been talking about this for 3 or 4 months. If we'd have brought this up at the January meeting and somebody had, started, I just think there's too much variability there. I think I agree with Travis's thought process that, I don't want to go back in and start unpacking budgets from, 3 or 4 years ago. But I think, we're in the current budget. We can make any adjustments we need to at the end of this fiscal year. These things aren't necessarily going to hit this fiscal year,
No.
probably not.
No.
So it's probably, but going forward, we'll know putting this budget together exactly what our potential liability might be. So I'm okay with moving it back to July 1st. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but that's my initial thought.
I mean, I will say this, and commend both developers in terms of they went about it the right way in terms of they didn't come in, want to have a bunch of private, they basically wrote letters and said, here's our case. Would you consider it? Which is the process of the public hearing. That's the way it's supposed to work, and that's what they did. They said, great policy, encourages development, long overdue. You all started talking about last fall. We're out there, we're in good faith, we're moving forward. Can you consider? I mean, they did lay it right up front in writing and say, would you take a look at it for us? So, I mean, I think that's commendable. I think that's the purpose of the public hearing. So,
Yeah. And I think it shows our commitment to wanting to promote growth and, you know, so I'm okay with going back. And we have their money, you know.
Yeah, we do have their money. And as I understand it, if they all do what they're supposed to do and they get built and they all get occupied, the 87,000 we'd be out, we're still ahead, right? In terms of our
Correct,
cost of
yes.
development, I mean, that's covering, we will have
Yes.
covered our situation.
Right, they have to pay the full cost in advance.
Right.
The refund amount would not exceed that.
Right.
It would be capped at whatever, you know, regardless how many new services, how many lots, whatever. The refund amount would never exceed what they paid to us.
Because we'd have ongoing new customers paying.
Right.
And buying water and electric and hopefully telecom from us.
Right, and the entire intent was to refund to the developer the benefit to the board. So we're not giving them money back that we're paying in wholesale power. That was kind of the intent at the very beginning. They're getting rewarded for the actual benefit to the board that new customer brings to the rate base, which is good for FPB and our existing customers.
Hans, is there any reason, if the board wants to, is there any reason not to go in that direction? Yeah. Jason? You think? Steve?
I'm good.
Any other questions for Travis on? Okay, with that, do we have a motion to adopt the policy?
Yes,
With a,
Mr. Chairman, I would
Yeah.
like to adopt the, I would like to adopt the electric tariff rate revisions for multi-lot development refunds with the amendment just discussed, to apply that to any developments that date back no earlier than July 1st of 2023.
okay, that's the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion's adopted.
Thank you.
Travis, thanks,
Hey,
seriously, on all this, thank you for your work.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank
Hey,
you.
quick, I've never seen this done or asked this. Can we talk about the last one for just another half a second?
Sure.
Can we reopen that can of worms?
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, Travis.
Yeah,
I'm ready
no,
to sit down. I just wanted to, real quick, we just opened a whole lot of can of worms, and I just wanted a little more direction from the
Uh-huh.
board, if that's okay. Catherine brought up a good point. If we had the option to relocate the array completely independent of our existing one,
Mhm.
I just want to get a sense from everybody, does that appeal to you? Would you rather us expand the one we have and then do it off? Just as we're sitting here looking through the options, at least we can take that off the table or get a sense from you guys.
It doesn't, in a way, it doesn't bother me so much. I mean, if it makes sense in the end to not build this one out because of this particular project, not to finish it now.
Okay.
I mean, it's not going anywhere. And I hope this isn't our last project. So if it's, you know, dollar-wise, energy-wise, and everything, it's
Yeah.
better to do option 2.
Okay.
Then I'm okay with that.
Okay, and then that leaves that option for expanding the community solar array later.
Yeah, because I mean, to me, the most bang for the buck we can get out of our existing property, which is huge, that we don't have any new property cost. I mean,
Okay. Cool. You guys are all good with
Yeah.
that? Okay, cool. I wanted to take that one. I realized I was kind of blanking out. I realized that was one big bogey still out there. I just wanted to get a sense from everybody what they were thinking. So
My
thank you.
wife stopped asking me about matters of decorum and taste and all that stuff a long time ago, so guys, you know.
Okay.
And I'm with John, whatever the most efficient use of the land is, that's fine with
I
me.
trust your
Yeah.
And I mean, and just an optics point of view, you know, it would be closer to the Humane Society, which might have more traffic in some ways. So it's not like we're just sticking it somewhere where no one will see it.
Sure.
Right? It'll still be sort of visible from that roadway down there.
Yeah, actually, electrically speaking, up closer to the road is a little better because that's where all the infrastructure is, so that makes it easier to tie in. So yeah, that would be the logical place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll use that. Thanks for letting me reopen.
No,
that.
sure, yeah, sure.
We'll use that as guidance when we're looking at this. So, okay, thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Item 6.4, consider FY 23-24 budget amendment to increase Next Bang Construction capital budget by 2.5 to 6.5 for the fiscal year.
Yes, I'm filling in for David. So basically, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. We Our underground contractor was about to leave, and so we really focused on getting a lot of underground done because we knew that if we had to get another contractor, the price was going to go up. So we really buckled down and got all the underground finished, all the conduits in place. We still have the fiber to put in and everything else, but we were keeping our same timeline going with the overhead and the rest of the construction. So basically we're ahead of schedule, but we're going to actually be spending money that would be budgeted next year. And so we're asking for a budget amendment to basically move that money. Actually we'll run on reserves until the next budget cycle and then make up the difference then. But that's basically what we're asking. So it's not bad news. We're ahead of schedule and possibly a little under budget actually. So
for customers, it's good because they're going to get service quicker.
Yes. So about 6 months is what we're projecting that we're, as far as the rate we're spending about $500,000 a year or $500,000 a month on the project, and this will get us to the next budget cycle.
Any questions for Adam on this one? Katrina, is this good to go? Jason, Catherine, Steve?
Good. Good job.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion's approved.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work, Adam. Number 7, Travis. You should. Power supply planning.
Yeah.
Power supply planning progress.
All right, and I will be very brief on this one. I just, because it's such an important issue, I wanted to make sure we at least touched on it briefly. We've had several meetings with GDS. Gary's joined the last one with us and kind of provided some additional input. So just want to give the board update that we've done a lot of laying the groundwork, if you will, to get ready to launch on whatever our next phase will be of power supply. Again, it's obviously a pretty light update, but so the plan would be in March and April we kind of gear up to have the bigger, fuller discussion on what we want to do with the power supply RFP and what our goals are there. So that's essentially the update. Not a lot for February, but we plan in March and April to have a more formal update. I'd like to have GDS come in if the board would be agreeable to that, and take this opportunity to get any input on the power supply.
And this actually factors in if we get, because these are all informational, so we don't have to take formal votes, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Hence, is if we can talk real quickly in combination with 7.3. As you know, NREL has done 2 reports for the city, a December one and one more recently in the last couple of weeks. And you've got in front of you a letter we got from the mayor this afternoon. And basically what he's asked for is to work with them and shorten this out and where they're going and what we can do. And as you know, there's been a lot of issues, questions about how all this could work with our power supply and on our grid and transmission and generation costs. And the city had previously asked us to name a contact person for them to work with on all these NREL issues. And I was going to ask the board tonight to designate Gary as our contact. But this basically, if you look at the letter, kind of opens up some more opportunities. And there's nothing really to act on tonight other than if the city is going forward and they want us to work with them on size. There's numerous questions that also brings in GDS in terms of our planning, how we move forward, what our capacity needs are, what the city might do, site location, tying it in, operating, and so forth. And Travis has a lot of extra time that he wants to work on a new project. So basically, what we'd be asking is for Gary and Travis to contact the mayor and the city staff, go through all the various issues, and basically put together a checklist, what the options are, ways to approach it, how this can all work, what the pricing would be. The mayor basically said, they would want us to help them in terms of the grant application, tying it in, how we would use it, what it would work, pricing. And then what I think has to happen at that point is Gary to go through and Travis and put together this checklist, bring it back to us and the city and say, here's the issues. Here's the cost, here's the options, here's how it can work. I think, Gary, you and Travis have taken a preliminary look at that grant the city's interested in. And it's a lot of opportunities, but it's very complex. There's going to be a lot of issues to work through, and the timing is going to be tight. Is that
Yes,
correct?
very limited time.
Yeah.
Currently, the grant already opened,
Uh-huh.
and they're limited by that end this year, November. Sounds a lot of time, but actually it's not. Because in order for you to have projects like we have here, we got to have land, we have to connect the system.
Mhm.
And when you talk 10 times or 20 times the size the project we talk about, it's far bigger than what we talk about it. But we are happy to be partner. Mayor asked us to want to be partner. We are really happy to be the partner. But in order to apply grant, then to me, understand who owns this project. Right. If, for example, this is for government or nonprofit, we are not a for-profit, but I'm not sure we are registered under the 503C. So I'm not sure we are, the plan for itself, qualified for that or not. We have to study it, definitely.
Because the
We
city
are
could
happy to
contract
be
with it.
partner.
The city could contract with us.
We're happy to
Yeah.
assist in any way
Yes.
they want to, but the part of it is, if a city is the owner of the project, then we are really on the system way to help to make a project happen. But there are a lot of things we have to work out. I mean, it's a far more complicated, very limited time. But
And the
we
city
are
understands that
happy.
we've got limits on the power and KYMEA, and there's, power agreements and wholesale. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. But I do appreciate the fact that the mayor reached out and said, we want to go this route, but we want you to work with us and try to help us sort this to figure out how this could work for Frankfurt, which I think is great. I mean, Jason?
I actually worked on a project like this in Maine 6 months ago for a co-op up there, similar size and stuff, very, very complex.
Yeah.
But I led the team to put the grant together, so if you're okay with it, I'd be happy to volunteer
Sure.
on behalf of the board to kind of be the liaison.
Yeah.
To kind of help, kind of translate back and forth, so I'd be happy to play that role if you want me to.
So this
It's
is
very
basically,
complex.
we're not voting on anything formal tonight, but the mayor, I talked to him briefly on Friday. He said he was going to be sending this letter, that he wanted to reach out to us to work through this. And, like I talked to Gary real briefly, today, and there's just going to be a lot of questions. The city's going to have to help us sort through what is it they really want to do, because the size, scope, all these things are going to have a lot of factors. Then if they're interested in bringing this on, then our talking with GDS, that needs to go with what are we looking for in the future. We're going to have Ashwood coming on. Then if you're adding this, then how much total power do we need? What the cost is going to be? This was potentially 100%, possibly federal funds. Is that right, Gary?
It's a 10 to 20 million
Yeah.
based on what they said. It's no matching, but there could be a lot of applicant there too, based on the grant EPA website. Very high level, they talk about they want to award 150 city different project, limit size by 10 to 20 million. But there is a part of it I barely know what I'm talking about. It's just I saw this afternoon. But to me, it's identify who owns this project. We can help any way we want to. But if that's the city project, they are the decision making. We're going to be assisting any direction, any way.
And then how does that project incorporate into our system and our rates and?
It's more complicated. We'll have to study it. There's a certain limitation by our requirement agreement currently between us and KYMEA. I think currently the scope of the project we can do by the community solar, similar things, is limited by a little over 3 megawatts. But this is going to be far bigger than that.
Yeah.
So how do we deal with that issue before that? Me and Travis talked quite a bit today. We'll figure out something. We want to be the way to help city want to achieve their goal to whatever our capacity we can to assist it.
Yeah.
So what we have is, if the board's comfortable with Jason, Gary, and Travis being our representatives to get with the city and start sorting through this, and at whatever point you need, if we have to have a special meeting or whatever we need to do to bring it back and say, here's the issues, here's the options, here's what it looks like, and see where it goes from here. Is that? And that kind of brings GDS right into this flow, because we may need their help on the application or on the planning or.
Yeah, depending on, as Gary mentioned, you know, who owns it, who builds it. You know, a project of this scale, we've done a lot of the engineering, if you will, on our projects, but a $10 million job, I think, you know, you want all the outside help. So I think, you know, bringing GDS into the conversation would be helpful.
So is that, we don't have to take a formal, but is that kind of okay for to move in that direction?
Yeah,
Jason?
and then just one other thing I want to throw out here is there was a similar USDA fund that came out in January that was oversubscribed by 10 times. With this no match, that's a big deal, you know. They had, I think if I remember correctly, they did 10 times the request than they did the grant money. So I mean, it was insane. I mean, they only had like $1 billion and they got 10 billion in requests, something like that. So I would say that if we're looking at this, we got to really look at like what differentiates us. I think being a coal state, being in the South, I mean, there's going to be projects like in California, New York, they're going to just be hopping for this kind of stuff, like Albany and all these other states. So we really got to think about like what is the narrative and what's the story we're telling that is really going to differentiate us, because it's going to be very competitive, is my guess, beyond just extremely complex to put together. You know?
And could be competitive even within Kentucky. There would be multiple applications.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there is even a side. I mean, if Louisville can go for this, if Lexington can go for this, it's Northern Kentucky. I mean, yeah, it could be very competitive.
I don't know enough to see what's the limitation, but I'm afraid that I think you are correct. It's going to be very competitive. And in the beginning, I think there are going to be a lot of resources have to put in order to even submit an application. I suspect there are a lot of conditions you have to meet. I assume we are not there yet.
Well,
we are pretty far.
And though there doesn't seem to be a match with this, I think philosophically we could think of that upfront cost as our match. You know, like we're going to have to put some money down.
Yeah.
But also, one thing that could really work for us is the NREL. Already have been through the NREL process, phase 2. That might
The mayor seemed to
differentiate
think,
us.
in the brief conversation I had with him, he seemed to think that the fact that NREL had done, had performed 2 studies, gave a leg up that whatever the powers that be that will award this would look favorably on the fact that the city had done 2 NREL studies.
I think that's probably one of our strongest, in my experience with a federal grant, if you bring a federal source, they like that a lot better than if you're bringing a sort of third-party source. So if we can point to NREL, that's like the gold standard. So, okay, cool. Well, let's...
And actually, NREL already have a study called Frankfurt 100. You know, the report had been done. So the study being done to basically cities had a goal where clearly 100% renewable is their goal. So those hopefully help us. They're not a part that could be dealing with diversity, equity. So, you know, the low income, this is going to be all applied. Those can be potentially helpful on our side too. But it's still going to be very competitive. But I'm more worried about the hardware. The limit, say, in order for you to grant an application, do you have a transmission done? Do you have the land? Do you have all these things in place? That's concern me. But by the way, you know, we do stay in the assistant position if that's a city project. So we encourage city have a certain, either their own people can focus on or hire the people can be the project lead to manage the whole thing. It's a very limited time. I'm just saying time can pass very quickly, and this is, you probably know better, until you have all these things meet the requirement, to meet their requirement, you cannot even apply. You can do, but it's not qualified.
So Travis, get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
Show up in the morning, bright and early, ready to hit it.
Yeah, I'm really glad you got the solar panels all installed, you know.
Yeah.
So that's, you got some extra bandwidth for this.
Anything else we need to talk about there? Thank you, Jason. Thank you, and Gary and Travis.
Yep.
Next, Ashwood update, Gary.
I do have that. It is supposed online September this year.
Okay.
There are many progress. I think I forwarded an email to you. There are many pictures being took by the KBIMEA to see the construction pretty much finished on the interconnection substation. There are a lot of work redesign done because they have to meet the requirement after they have a geo study. So I assume the deliver September is probably based on today, all the information is probably more real than you asked me 6 months ago. Hopefully we have a project online by September. That's kind of an update we have currently construction. We're happy to, there's a certain camera, they already said there, to continue watch the project. If you like to, I can find those information. But I was there, quite a while ago. But right now, it's a lot of things already been done. Definitely, the panel already ordered, but I'm not sure those panel in the container are already delivered on the site or not. But they have a more firm contract for the construction, so it's all good things, progress made.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, the next one is, before we got one other quick item, is we talked earlier about the electric. The DIG group also would like to have a discussion regarding could something be done similar on water and sewer? And I think we know water is very tight revenue-wise. But they're interested in both water and sewer. So what I was going to ask if the board wanted to do was, the DIG group would work very well, in terms of working with us on the electric. And if we wanted to designate Charmista and invite the city manager from the sewer side to have that discussion and let the DIG group tell us what they're thinking about on water and sewer, and make sure they get to understand that water is an issue is just very tight in terms of doing anything. But they want to talk about, they see it as a package. Even though we're not sewer, they see water and sewer as a package, again, for the development. So want to know if that was agreeable. They submitted a letter, I think Greg Marr did, didn't he? Asking that we do a work group similar to what we did on the electric, and would like to have that initial discussion. Need to know if that's okay for Charmista to kind of head that group, and like I said, invite the city, was it Jason Monroe, isn't it? To join us and represent the city and hear what they've got to say. And that was if you notice back under the electric, that was the Greg Meyer comment that he asked if we could take a look at the water. The other one, even though she didn't want to take credit, wanted to commend Catherine, that a city commissioner contacted her regarding Thornhill, and that at night down there it was extremely dark, and Catherine, along with Travis, working with the city, I think, Travis, installing 2 or 3 lights?
Yeah, I think it was 3 new and then upgrading more.
So that it would be lit up. They said, Thornhill has a lot of activities in their gym and in their classes, and it is very dark down there at night. They had just very small lights on the building, and this is the city's it's the standard deal. What we pay, they pay the materials, Travis, or
Yeah, they pay half the material up front, half at the end. I think it's in the fiscal year, so we reconcile that. But yeah, so the city will pay for the material and then it'll go on their regular account.
So we just supply the labor.
We
And
do
this
the
was
installation.
easy because our staff had already studied it at the city's request about a year ago. And then, of course, we have the Thornhill chairman that greased the path. So once he went down there and saw that it was really dark too.
but it was actually Charlie Preston. I'm on the board, but I'm on the Thornhill board, which even pays less than this board. But Charlie Preston is the current chair, and Kelly Anderson, and they were very supportive of getting this done. So.
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for. Next one, last action item is Tanglewood Clubhouse, Charmista. As you know, in the current budget, we approved to basically, now that the reservoir was done, to do the renovation on the on the Tanglewood Clubhouse. And we have basically what's a work order, which shows all the various things that need to be done. And I think after going through it, Leanne, you going to talk a little about it? Sure.
Charmista actually contacted 4 architects or architecture firms and asked for a proposal to give us an hourly rate for their services and to provide some references for similar jobs. And we only had one firm reach out to us and provide a response, and that was G. Scott and Associates here in Frankfort. and I recommend that we hire them to help oversee this project.
And what they would do is, you know, we're not looking at a redesign or redesign. It basically would be for them to take, as I understand it, and Steve, you might want to chime in on this, as I understand it, they would take the work order.
They would take the inspection report
Yes, and work through
and
that.
fix everything with that, and then some additional items like the new roof, because that wasn't part of the inspection report, new flooring, painting the interior, stuff like that.
And they do, as I understand it, they would do similar, I just use this as a reference, they would do similar to what Chuck Knowles is doing right now for the city on their projects. If we pick someone, they would basically follow up, make sure the work gets sequenced, done in the right order, the electrical, the roofing, everything, make sure it gets done, everything gets bid properly, according to code and.
Yes, and they would also write the bid specs.
Okay. Steve, you wanna?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
I know this is something Steve's wanted to get done.
Sure.
And we've had that work, and I know this is, and you know, our people are very talented, but we don't do home remodeling. I mean, we can build reservoirs, substations, but this is a little out of our normal
It's a little different.
scope of work that doing this. So it basically would be almost like hiring a general contractor. I mean, it'd be someone to basically take that inspection report and go through it and get everything done on that list so it can reopen. And like I said, Charmista did a whole lot of work contacting different people in town who are used to Frankfurt, used to planning and zoning and code enforcement and what all needs to be done and who the local vendors are. I mean, none of the work, as I understand it, are huge jobs. There's just a lot of small jobs that need to get done. So.
I think my only thought was, I mean, it's not anything that we really need an architect or architectural services for. But we reached out to contractors and everybody, and these are the only people that want to do this project?
No, the only people that we reached out to were the architects, because the reason for the standstill is I was having problems writing the actual specs for the bid. So a bid has not been sent out for the job.
It'd be a bunch of individual, I guess,
It
contacts,
would.
correct?
Well, we probably will send it out to where a general contractor would bid.
Okay. And then
And they would
whoever.
sub it out.
And they would sub it out, and then whoever, if we pick someone, they would oversee that job for us.
Yes, the general contractor.
Yeah, that was kind of nagging me too.
Yeah.
Here is, I mean, we're not really, I mean,
No, I
Steve,
agree.
I
agree.
mean, we're not looking for revival, I mean, we're not looking for an overview of this building, we're not
Or
looking
build a
for
big glass front on it
facelift.
with a dome and,
Yeah,
a
clock tower.
revolving restaurant, yeah.
It just seems like a general contractor could handle this, where sometimes an architect, and, sorry, it's my old world, but it's, I don't know, sometimes it just feels maybe a little pricey, but also just sort of not quite up to an architect's need, you know, like.
No, I totally agree. My original thought when we started doing this, that we were gonna hire a general contractor. That, just like if you built a house, you'd hire a general contractor that would engage the plumber, the electricians, or whatever that was needed.
Sure.
And that would be it. I'm okay with how I just want it done, in my opinion. I do agree with Jason that general contractor seems to me the way that you should go. I mean, it just seems
And an
cheaper.
architect can play that role. I mean, is this what this firm
I think-
does? Is
well-
more kind of design build?
They do, but
Okay.
what I would like to do is to hire them to help write the bid specs. And then once we hire a general contractor, they would be overseeing the project.
The general contractor would.
The general contractor would.
So we're gonna contract with them essentially to write what is essentially is an RFP almost.
Yes.
I mean, you know, or just a bid, just the specs, so.
But we have the inspection report,
We do.
so we kind of have a list of what needs to get done,
Okay.
right?
We do, but like when you say a roof, well, what type of roofing? How do we want them to keep the work site at all times? It's over my head.
Sure, missed it.
I mean, I don't.
You want to come up?
Well, we definitely want to give you what you need.
Yeah. And the reason I asked her, Misty, is you talked to some of these people in terms of what kind of feedback did you get on?
So, like I said, we reached out to 4 architects because I think that was something that was discussed amongst the board as far as maybe bringing somebody in. So my thoughts just kind of coming in, I just kind of got involved in this last week was...
Well, you sort of built this building, so you kind of have a little...
Exactly. So my thought was, I read through the inspection list, but, if we want to have these tasks done, like Leanne said, we don't know what type of roof to spec. If we're going to replace the roof, we don't know how to select which. We can get a general contractor's thoughts and opinions, and we can go from there. But if we had an architect involved, they could probably point us in the right direction. As far as we're going to replace the floor, I think that's an option. What type of flooring would they recommend for that? This is a luxury vinyl tile. Do we want to just go with something like that? They may have, based on the type of the space. I know we want to kind of maintain the existing characteristics. I mean, it's kind of historical in nature to us. What would blend well? We need to replace the lighting. Our Aaron Nickerson with GRW was the architect that designed this building. Just like how the lights look, it just helps to have someone that has done a lot of rehab work that knows what will fit with the character of the building in that environment. They've been to the facility. I think part of their response was they've had their own events at the clubhouse, so they have a lot of appreciation for that. So yes, I know it is pricey, but when you start really getting to the details, like even the cabinets, what type of countertops, do you need? There's just a lot of details that go into it that you just bring general contractor will do whatever you tell them to do, but someone has to tell them how to do it, what to do it, what selections to make, and that's where I think this would come in handy, just an architect. And I understand it is pricey, but if we can, if you read through their proposal, they're willing to expand the scope, so maybe, we really try to limit, maybe we already know what type of floor, let's just focus on the things that we do need assistance. We don't know how to select a roof. We don't know which LED lights would be best in that space that would retain that look, that kind of home feeling that people get when they rent that space. So I completely understand what you're saying. This is just an option. We don't have to go that way, but it's hard to make all those little bitty detailed decisions. And someone that has an eye for doing rehab work, especially here in Frankfurt, that's visited the clubhouse several times over the years, can maybe kind of keep that feeling that you're looking for. But like I said, I'm not trying to convince you to go that way. That's just my thoughts on how that would help. And then, we have a general contractor that we use a lot that we just redid the water treatment plant lab. They completely basically tore it out and rebuilt it. And we would probably hire someone like them but we had to tell them exactly, this is the tile we want, this is what we want, this is the type of lights we want. So there's just a lot of, it would just be.
Something a committee get together. I mean, some of us homeowners, it's time for a new roof. You bring in a roofer who educates you on your options. You pick it. Flooring, a lot of us have done renos, but so
absolutely,
and
that's
know.
Obviously, yeah.
I mean, if it was renovating this building, I could see it, but not the clubhouse.
I'm thinking, Shona, you've made me kind of rethink this from, instead of us kind of doing all the heavy work, an architect who has those pattern books, they have that things, they can lay it out. More importantly, they have a pretty good reputation in Frankfurt. I don't know this firm, so they know all the building inspectors. They know all that. So
the reason they came up is they do a lot of work for the county and city school systems. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And I was looking at some of the stuff. So I guess I would say this. I mean, now I'm going a different direction now. I'm juking over here real quick. I mean, I guess I'm gonna say this. Sorry, guys. If we're gonna hire an architect, let's go ahead and give them a little space here. Let's let them maybe re-visualize this a little bit. I mean, maybe give it a facelift. Don't go crazy, but if they go, well, with some minor stuff, you could do this and you could do that, and we kind of change the space, it would change the feel of it. I mean, we were talking about just sort of paint, but if we're going to hire an architect, let's maybe give them a little bit of breathing room and let them maybe envision a different use of it. Hey, if you do this one thing or you change this orientation or move this door, it could change how the space works completely. So
that was my thought, but it is more expensive, and that's obviously not the only solution.
Yeah, and the reason brought tonight is, it is a current year project. I think there's some interest to get the project done and open, and this is a way to kind of kick it forward, but it's wide open. We don't have to do anything tonight. we can look at other options, however the board wants to proceed, but it was, and Charmista did kind of drop everything and pull some proposals, talk to people, and talk to Leanne and see what we could do to
I really
kind of
appreciate
energize
that.
it, so.
But I guess I'm going, if we're gonna go in with an architect, let's go ahead and really utilize them for maybe, maybe taking this to the next level, and not crazy price-wise, but just maybe some, like, wow us a little bit, bring in some renderings, show us what you're thinking. I don't know, should I miss some way off the, is that what you're thinking, or?
That's what I thought, but like I said, I understand there's a limited budget as
Sure.
well, so
Steve,
it's just
what do you
hard.
think?
It's just a lot of color, like even paint color that goes with floor. I mean, there's just a lot of little details that go into a rehab or renovation.
No, I mean, my thought process was right with Catherine and Jason. Jason's last thought, though, is intriguing, but it's probably going to cost a little bit more money than what is it, 70,000, something like that, there, 80?
125,000.
I mean, if you're going to bring an architect, you got to do something different. It doesn't have to be drastic. But my original thought was general contractor, go in there and just do,
Yeah. Well, I mean, looking
So
at,
I'm open to whatever the board decides to do.
I mean, I'm looking at their work here, and I'm seeing some of their, I mean, they do nice work. They have a nice aesthetic to what they do. I mean, they would do a good job, is my sense. I just didn't, like you, I didn't think we were really getting into that, but.
I mean, obviously, we could just, we have some general contractors just come in, follow the inspection list, do the repairs, and that's obviously an option, so.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this to Steve. Steve, you tell, this is your vision. You've been guiding us on this, whatever you'd like us to do.
I just want it to be restored to the usage that I'm used to seeing it in my life. So, but I do respect what some of the things you said. It could be modernized, but I'm not trying to spend a lot of money here. I'm just trying to make it usable for the community. So whatever that is, I'm open. That's why I said I'm open to whatever, just as long as it gets done.
I mean, maybe we may have some really intense sessions if you do decide to go to the architect and say, okay, 20 hours max is all we're going with. Let's get some colors, have something prepared. I don't know. I mean, they seem pretty flexible with their scope. I think they want to just help us out. They appreciate what we have in the community. So
I think for what you told me, several of the firms you talked to said it was really too small of a project.
Yeah,
that others weren't sure what they were getting into, and it could be a bigger, and they weren't. They were reluctant to touch it. So I mean,
yeah, they felt like one of the responses, and Gary may have forwarded this to you, was they felt like the inspection list is pretty superficial. There's the things that created these issues, and they felt like we needed to dig deeper. But then there goes your budget. So,
Gary?
I appreciate all these conversations. At last minute, I threw her in to really help us because he's done a lot of projects about this building, and she's a civil engineer. I'm not. So the part I'm really saying is I hope what we do, right? We have a facility the Frankfurt people can really use it. Not just, you have a roof, not leaking. We really hope is once we spend the money, we do want to spend it wisely. It's a facility. We hope people can really use it. That's just my 2 cents. I certainly care about the cost. That's a word.
Well, the three things I've heard most often was people wanted something family friendly, they wanted something affordable, and they liked the parking. That was the things I hear most. Not necessarily in that order, but usually those 3 items come up. Is that's what they were hoping. That's what they missed. That's what they're hoping for. And it's been shut down for a while since we began the whole reservoir project. So I mean.
Well, and it underwent a renovation sometime in the last 20 years, I know, because it was when I was gone. And what people are nostalgic for,
the big
what
fireplace.
It was. So I'm not sure, you could take, make a higher roof line to make it big. I don't think that's what people want. I think they just want this, fixed, the items fixed, and it to be, if it needs new flooring, aesthetically pleasing, not changing it so much. And I mean, honestly, looked at this project, because the other option was to not do this at all. But so the price does matter to me And I don't know, I might be completely wrong, but I mean, a contractor, that's what they do, is they bring you options, right? And they say pick. So it's really a matter of who's gonna pick, right? Even the architect could propose, but in the end, they're still gonna say, is this what you want? Or here's another option. So, I don't know if it's, again, back to a committee that makes those choices once we hire a contractor.
And to Sherman's point, I think maybe, I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, but maybe this is what I'm picking up, is a contractor will be more like, in isolation, what kind of counter do you want? In isolation, what kind of tile you want? Where an architect tries to create a comprehensive vision of how it all works together.
Yeah,
you
the
know?
general contractor is gonna expect us to tell us, we're gonna need to specify what we want them to install. They don't usually have a lot, they might say wood floor, tile floor, vinyl, luxury vinyl tile, but they're not gonna help with colors and so forth, so typically.
So I think I like the idea, just from a contracting standpoint. You know, if you have one contractor says, I'll give you this roof, and another contractor says, give you that roof. You like to have a uniform set of specifications where everyone is bidding on the same elements. I want a shingle roof, or I want a metal roof, versus I've got one contractor giving me one option, another contractor giving me another option. I'm not getting, I don't have a uniform basis for taking bids, so that's one.
Did they give us an estimate of how many hours to come up with the bidding or whatever?
Due to the short notice, I pretty much reached out to him, just last week. So I said, just start with an hourly rate. It would have too comprehensive to try to come up with a full cost. So that's why they kind of say in here, we can reduce, expand the scope, and basically work with us as necessary. So no, we don't have an actual count.
Let me ask you, they would determine what type of floor, what type of walls, what type of roof, what color.
They recommend.
Well, they're. And after they do all that and put it in a report, then they would put it in RFP and put it out to general contractor.
As much as we want them to do, or if, we're trying, we save prices, they help us with our selections, and then we put the bid package together ourselves and bid it out. So there's.
Well, again, I'm kind of with Kathy there. I think if we walked into the clubhouse, we within 30 minutes can come to a decision on what the floor would be, what the walls would be, what the stone should be cleaned up, the fireplace should be cleaned.
I can look at those items and know that it needs to be done, but writing the actual specifications of what manufacturer roof, what kind of warranty, how should it be installed, that's more than I have.
No, I get that. I do understand it. But I go back to Catherine's renovation experience and stuff. When you get a renovation done, the contractor comes in there and you tell them you want to put this here, you want this there, you want this color, you want this candle, this style. And they write all that down and they come back and give you a price. And I'm not sure if that's much different than what this architecture firm would be doing. It's actually being our voice to the contractor versus kind of eliminating that. Again, I just want it done in some ways. I think the general contractor is the simplest and the cheapest way to do it. But if y'all don't, I just want it done.
That was my original thought too. My original thought was we can just get a GC to do all this. But then when I started thinking about all the little details, like if there's wall repairs that need to be done, like we can't just paint the wall. What if there's repairs that need to be done? Do we need to write? We can tell them, okay, repair the wall, but do we need to develop specs? If it's, I totally understand but that was your initial reaction. That was mine too. Just hire a GC to do all this. It's easy enough, but. Then I started thinking too much, I guess. So, but anyway, it's the board's pleasure. So I'll let Lee. This is Lee.
You just want to sit back down, don't you?
No, I don't want to push you one way or the other because they both make sense. Honestly.
Yeah, I will throw out one more perspective. I just finished renovating my house after 3 years. I had a double the square footage.
Jason can be the general contractor.
No. I'm helping out.
He's building a solar array.
No. But I will say this, that it can be really challenging getting high quality vendors to do the work, to get with their time frame. And the thing is, I kind of had a contractor helping me a bit, and he would call and he'd have a plumber there in 30 minutes. It would take me 3 weeks to get that plumber there. So this architect, if they have the relationships, it's invaluable for them to be able to line up, okay, you're going to do this guy's going to do the roof, this guy's going to do the wall, because they have those relationships and they know they do the good job and they do good work. Where if we go blindly into just sort of like the Yellow Pages or calling Lions for their list behind the counter, we open ourselves up to a lot of woofers versus roofers, you know?
Yeah.
So I do think that if you have someone who does know the good quality vendors in Frankfurt and their time frames, because I know like right now I have an electrician who's amazing. I'm 1 month out every time I call him. It takes a month to get him in my house, you know? And you got to know those people and their timing to be able to make a project work and function. So I'm just going to share that. That was 3 years of me GMing my own house, and whew, it was a part-time job for sure, you know? So I like your idea of a committee. I just don't know who wants to be on that committee. And
I would not forego a general contractor.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure that we need.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, if this architect is a design build, they may be a general contractor and an architect. So I don't know. That's the last perspective I have. Yeah.
You know, looking at this, what they've talked about their basis for compensation. When you look at what they've sent, I think they're viewing this as they're going to design the project and they're going to see it all the way through completion. That's what their thought process is. So, you know, at some point, do we want, you know, if we need them to come up with a list of specifications and a bid package that we can have general contractors bid on, you know, could we retrench and go back and get them to come up with that? Is that something we want to do? Do we want to go, you know, as soon as we start going by the committee route, though, it's dependent on people's schedules and everything else. We're paying for time here. We're paying for these people's time. And, you know, if we do want to get this thing done, and this thing has lingered, you're right, Steve, it's lingered too long. The question is, do we go ahead and put this out there in order to speed it along? So that's just my thought on it. I'm fine doing whatever the board wants to do.
Did you get the impression, Charmister, when you talked to him, that what John just described, if what John just described, would they be amenable, and would that be of value if they took at that point, bid for a general contractor and then walked away, for the general contractor to do the work that they described in the specs and all that? Would that move us along?
I not directly work with them. So.
Yeah, I mean, for any architect, would that help us if they got it to that point, could bid a general and then let the general get it done? Is that, I mean, what do you envision? Is that a model that would work?
I don't know if you all can hear me for the mic.
I mean, I do what Jason did. I go down the lines and get the behind the counter. So I mean, I
know for engineering services, sometimes we'll have a person we have a relationship with, and they'll help us develop specifications for a project, and then they basically give it to us to do the rest. So I would assume that they would be okay writing up specs for us, and then basically letting Leanne manage the project, putting out the bid package and so forth, and then maybe be there if we have questions and so forth. I would think so, but I can't speak for them. So. But we do that all the time with engineering, though.
Yeah. What's the board's? What do y'all want to do?
I'd like to say thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I think we're talking about this so much because Steve and a lot of us just care about the building, and we want to make sure it's done right, and we want to support you guys. And we're also just trying to get our heads wrapped. So thank you very much. We don't want to throw curveballs at you guys. So whatever you guys need for us to help you do what you need to do, I think, from my point of view, that's the number one goal. Is we don't want to put you in a position where you feel uncomfortable, where you feel that you don't have the resources you need to do it properly, and then suddenly, hey, we're waiting, well, hey, is that what you did? We want to make sure that you guys have what you need. At least I do. So.
And Leanne, you know, to compliment her, she basically came forward and said, I know y'all want to get this done, but I need some help. And then Charmissa stepped in to say,
thank you.
Let me try to line up some options that the board can consider. So both of them, you know, basically come forward and saying, we know the board wants to get this done, but we need some resource to get this done for it. Not to get it done, but help us.
I want you to know, I truly understand. I mean, I know the scope of the work you have to do. You can't know something about everything that's out there. So I understand that. My goal is just to get this done because I don't want it to linger and it becomes where we feel bad. Well, let's just tear it down, because I really do think the support that you've seen for the Frankfurt Planning Board, community-wide, at least the people that grew up here. Part of that is from the history and the experiences that they've had.
Yeah.
And I think that can continue in the future if that, with that clubhouse. So I only think it's goodwill for the planning board to try to get that done. And I'm just important for me to try to get it done, you know.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask you a question. Would it be, and you know, like I said, we've been dealing with this, but this, and we're trying to get this out of this meeting. I would suggest that we go back to these folks that sent this to us and say, would you feel, would this be something would essentially you coming up with the specs for us to bid out to somebody else, to a general contractor, would that be something you'd be willing to do? Because it doesn't seem like this proposal is that.
Right.
So I don't necessarily want to approve this proposal tonight. So what I'd rather do is, and I think there is a lot of benefit to having someone come in and spend 20 or 30 hours or whatever that might take, and if that costs $3,000 or $4,000 out of a budget of $125,000, it may very well be money well spent. So if we do that, I'd like to suggest that staff do that, and we come back next month, and have a clearer idea of what we're asking these folks to do. And
Look, I'm fine. I just want it done. I mean, the process and whatever, the road we can take to get there, that's not really relevant for me right now. It's just, I just want to get it done. Although I am a fiscal conservative, so in some ways, so I want to keep the prices down.
So we got.
I think I like John. I like John kicking the can a little bit, but that's good. Well, let me ask you this, guys: would it help to have this architecture firm come and talk to us next month, just so we can ask them these questions directly? Because I think I'm making a lot of assumptions here, and I'd rather hear them go, "Yes, we've done this in Frankfurt, and dun 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 dun, and these are the contractors we." It just might make a really simple answer.
The bottom line is, what will they cost to do that and to do the project? Just we give it to them, turn your back, and forget it. What will it cost us to do that? Because I really think that is really the question.
Yeah, isn't it like 6%? Like architects usually do 6% of the project. This one might be a little higher because the project's smaller. But yeah. So we might be paying $10,000, $12,000 to them or something.
Let me ask this, Sharmista, based on, since you're our big contact on this, would you feel comfortable contacting them, relaying to them the conversation we had tonight, what our goals are, what we want to do, i.e. we want to get done, we don't want to spend any money, but asking them, telling them that, and asking them to come at the March meeting and talk about that based on what the concerns were, and you can send them a copy of the tape tonight, they can listen to it and hear and see if they're interested. If they say, no, that's not what we want to do,
well, I think you kick the can. That's another kick down the road.
Yeah, I think.
I'm gonna tell you, I would really just let your minister call and ask them what they some ballpark figure of to design it and general contract it and take it, and then I'd like to look at explore an RFP just a general contract. I think we can go over there and say this has to be done and it can be that. I mean, I've done renovations in my house. I've certainly told the person what I wanted done, and that's not a problem. It's just there has to be a consensus among us of what we want done.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot cheaper than getting someone else to tell me, ask me the same question I'm going to ask myself. What color do you want the wall to be?
So what's our motion to go forward here?
My motion is to find out if they can give you a rough estimate on what it would cost for them to take the project and to completion, design it, complete it, and maybe communicate that. Well, yeah, that and if we cannot stomach that price, which I don't think we will be able to. We just get an RFP and give them the inspector's report and said, we want you to correct these problems in the inspector's report, and we will come and tell you what colors we want you to put on the walls, what type of floor. I'm assuming it's probably going to be this on the floor. It's got to be ADA compliant where those restrooms are. I don't think they are back in the back there. I mean, so it's plumbing involved, and they can tell us that. So I find the price, that they would do it. There's nothing, if we can't stomach it, put out RP for a general contractor, a house builder, and, see what we get.
So what do you want them to bring back next month?
I'd like to get this before next month. I mean,
We can call a special meeting if they want to get the, I mean, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, perhaps a Zoom meeting or something.
Okay.
Well, and if we schedule a special meeting, we might have some feedback on the solar proposal at the same
Okay.
time. And we could kill two birds with one stone.
Yeah.
So, sure, I missed it? I assume you have a clear vision of where you're going on this, correct? Yeah, you want to talk, don't you?
Okay, so I understand getting with GSA and talking to them about just seeing the project through completion. And so do you also want me, we have the GC that we use a lot, that we did just the water treatment plant lab renovation. Do you want me to get a price from them? Like, could go through the inspection list and?
Yep.
Okay, so two, okay.
Get those, and as soon as you're ready, and if you all have your discussions on this other, the next
2 weeks.
10 days, 2 weeks, we'll probably have a Zoom or a special meeting and have those two issues. Is that, everybody good with that plan?
Well, I'm sorry. You got me excited, Steve, now. I kind of want to go.
It's
I
10
haven't
it's
been in the
10
clubhouse.
till-
I know.
No, I'm just joking.
No, I haven't been in the clubhouse in a decade.
Uh-huh.
I guess I'd like to go see it in person now.
Yeah.
But you got me thinking on this.
Yeah.
So if we could arrange some tour or some
Sure.
ability to go see it, because I think you're right, Steve. Seeing the space would help me a little bit understand
Yeah.
what the options are. So
We can do that anytime.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think the key you have can open that door.
oh. Okay.
At least mine.
Oh, it does, it did, I remember it did.
Yes.
The little tag.
Yes, yes.
Okay, is that, so we got a plan on that? No actions taken, correct, Hans?
Some ghosts in there at 2 in the morning.
You think that's correct?
But that tag can also track you, so make sure you get right.
You guys
Leanne,
think I'm much
what's
wilder
that?
than I am.
That's cause now we think we're much younger than we are.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Number 10, Mr. Snyder?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session for 3 different purposes. The first of which is pursuant to KRS 61-810-1B for deliberations on the future acquisition of real property, because publicity would likely affect the value of a specific piece of property to be acquired for public use. Also, under reason 2 is pursuant to KRS 61-810-1C to discuss proposed litigation regarding a declaratory judgment matter on behalf of FPB. And finally, a motion for closed session pursuant to KRS 61-810-1M to discuss infrastructure records that expose a vulnerability through the disclosure of the location and configuration of public utility critical systems exempted from disclosure under KRS 61.878, subsection 1, paragraph M, subparagraph 1, subdivision F. You like that?
Well, I like that. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and second. All those in favor of going into closed session for those stated purposes, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? We'll reconvene back in here in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
we have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Do we have a second? We have a motion second. All those in favor of coming out of closed session, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're back in open session. Mr. Snyder?
Mr. Chairman, the board took no action, no specific board action during the special session.
Okay, we have that. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to, and a second. All those in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you all.